Just generally, what did that study involve?
It was completed in about 2007. This gentleman wanted to look at how soon after death is a cadaver, or a human remains detection dog, able carpet swatches to the deceased bodies for 10 minutes and for 2 minutes, not touching, just next to it. Then they ran the dogs over it, and they found that the dogs on the 10 minutes were about 98% accurate, recognizing the odor of human remains and providing their trained final response out to about 2 months. For the 2 minutes, they found that the dogs were accurate detecting that odor in the low 90s percentage and out to about a month.
Okay. Fair to say that when the dogs, when they did that test, the dogs were sniffing the squares of carpet that were next to the bodies?
Correct. They had been removed and then settled later.
Yeah, the bodies had been removed at that time?
Yes.
So just that short indication of the carpet squares being next to those bodies for 10 minutes at a time?
Yes.
And not even being on that square, or not even on the carpet square?
Correct.
The dogs could indicate 2 months out?
For the 10 minutes exposure, yes.
Okay. Now, those are relatively recently deceased remains, correct?
Yes.
So given your experience both in this field and as a law enforcement officer in general, when a human body is deceased for a longer period of time, what happens to it, just generally?
Well, it goes through several phases of decomposition, and eventually, and I apologize for how graphic this is, it comes to the bones in terms of all the tissue, everything drains, and if it was on soil, it would drain into the soil. If it was in a vehicle, that tissue melting, so to speak, would be still in the trunk of a car. But over time, everything goes back to dust. I mean, it becomes dry bone.
I see. But the actual tissue around the bones, fair to say, so it liquefies, basically?
Yeah.
And the bones remain?
In my experience, both in the field and then training with and researching, that is correct.
Okay. And have you read any studies that reviewed if dogs can indicate on areas where a body has decomposed after the bones have been removed?
Yes.
And would this be the Dr. Alexander study that you'd mentioned before?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure it's been marked as 87. Now, you mentioned Dr. Alexander. Is he generally regarded as an expert in this field?
Yes.
I moved to admit 87.
87 will be received.
Now, the study that I just handed you, were you familiar with it?
I am familiar with it.
What did that study involve?
Well, there was a lot done in this study. But Mr. Alexander basically wanted to try to evaluate, after human remains are removed, how far out from the removal can a human remains detection dog still detect the odor of human remains and provide its trained final response. And in this study, they utilized 8 dogs that were all nationally certified with a couple different national organizations. And like I said, there was a lot done in this research. The information that's probably most relevant is they found out of those 8 dogs that there was an accuracy rate of 75 to 100%, with the average being around 92% accuracy. That the dogs were able to detect where a body had been removed up to, I thought it was approximately 22 months.
Okay. Now, in your personal experience and training and things like that, have you ever had your dogs go through a situation where you were asked to try to detect the odor of a body that you know had been there previously and then been removed?
Yes.
Can you describe some of those for the jury?
One case was in 2017, northern Wisconsin, continuing to search for a missing person from the 1980s. And the investigator, based on the location, asked us to sniff a parcel of woods where he knew that a victim, unrelated, had been killed and stuffed down a hole in the dirt. The gentleman that was currently in prison gave him consent for us to check it to make sure there were no other human remains on the property. He placed the body there in about 1986. He was not successful in burying the body completely, so he did say that he shot to try to shoot the legs off. Needless to say, in 1988, the remains were recovered. The person was found. So we were there in 2017, myself and another handler, eliminating the woods. Not sure if this person had anything to do with the missing case. And both of the dogs, separately at different times, went to a particular area in, I'm going to say, about a 25-acre full woods, and sniffed and provided their trained final response that they detected the odor of human remains. And we were told that that was the location of where this other incident had occurred. So we continued on.
So you were there in 2017, you said?
Yes, doing that sniff.
And you later learned that the remains had been removed from that area in 1988?
That's what we were told by the investigator, yes.
And that the body had been confirmed to have been recovered from that area?
Yes.
So is my math right? That's 29 years later?
Not great at math, but that sounds correct.
Okay. Did you have any other sort of experience where you dealt with something like a moved graveyard, where you had something similar?
More recently, 2 weeks ago, myself and another handler were in northeast Kansas conducting a search for another missing person from the 80s. And we had numerous areas to sniff and eliminate based off of possible leads, that sort of thing. And both dogs separate started to provide their trained final response. I know I had 5 trained final responses just off a road that was a farm field. And it was a very specific area. I would say the space was no bigger than this room. And it was just a plowed field. You couldn't see anything. And based on my knowledge of other anomalies, I said, we need to keep going. And that night, we did some historical research and located a map and some information that the map matched up with where the dogs were indicating that a small graveyard had been removed from that location in 1942 at the beginning of the war in an effort to expand an ammunition plant in that area. And my interpretation was that although the bodies had been removed, the odor was still in the ground.
So in both of these two prior areas, they're out in the elements?
Yes.
And you said it was in Kansas.
Yep.
So exposed to things like rain and I suppose snow in Kansas, not as much as here, but.
They get a fair share of Wisconsin type weather.
And even in those elements, again, maybe my math isn't correct, 80 years, 80, after those remains have been removed from that cemetery, that dog indicated?
Both dogs indicated to several locations in that area, yes.
Now, throughout your, was about 30-some years of experience, ma'am?
As a police officer, 30, working dogs, maybe I'm around 27 years.
Sure. You said thousands of hours of experience, of training, correct?
Yes.
Have you been trained on any literature that explains how dogs are able to like detect these odors and how that changes as the dog continues to work?
Can you re-ask the question?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, if you have a dog, let's say you have a dog, these dogs that you talked about that detected on these after the remains have been removed for 80 years. If these dogs continue to work, do they get better or do they get worse as time goes on?
In my experience and some of the literature that I've come across and read throughout my journey, to train the dogs to indicate on really old graves, or in this situation, the Kansas removal of a cemetery. But what we see is that my terminology, their database gets very clear, and they get better and better with time. I have successfully worked several cadaver dogs into age 10 and 11. More in a consultant phase, and that their nose is still working and they're successful in detecting the odor and providing a trained final response.
Okay. Now, ma'am, I want to move on just a bit. Are you familiar with a term known as cueing?
Yes.
What does cueing mean?
Cueing would be, the terminology is that a handler of a dog inadvertently or purposefully taps too long or keeps the dog in an area too long, so the dog thinks, oh, I'm supposed to indicate because mom or dad is sticking here too long, or they keep at it. And why they're doing that could be a variety of reasons, but the dog will give its trained final response, and it's absent of the odor that they're trained to respond to, which is technically called a false alert.
I see. So in those situations, the dog is not indicating to the odor, but it's indicating to, I guess, cluing. It's reading from the handler.
Yes.
Okay. So have you read any studies with regard to cueing?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm showing you it's been marked as 88.
88, okay.
The study actually begins on the second page, ma'am. Have you seen that study?
Yes. I want to say it came into my world. Well, it's in the maybe 2005 or 6 or something like that. And the research is done by Lisa Litt.
And are the findings in that study and the authors well respected in this community as well?
Yes.
Okay. I plan to admit 88. Or I'm asking to admit 88.
No objection.
88 will be received.
So is the fact that these dogs can take these clues, you're aware of that when you train the dogs, correct?
Yes.
Do you take any steps to try and prevent this when you work for different police agencies?
As a result of this research and just working in the field, handlers, myself included, I've sort of established best practices as a result of having worked in this field and conducted over 270 searches in the U.S. and Canada. Because, first of all, a lot of our work is elimination. So we cannot go into a search with any preconceived ideas. Law enforcement might be insistent. They think there's something there. But our job really is just information. And we can't be vested in that outcome. We simply train the dogs to the best of our ability, put them into the situation, and read what we think or don't think is going on. So as a result of Lisa Litt's research, which was that they set up with a significant amount of detection dogs, I believe it was narcotic dogs or explosive, and they told them go in and search these areas, and the handlers all went in and came out with all these trained final responses. And the research personnel were like, the research was there was nothing there. So clearly those handlers went in convinced that they were going to find something. And worked the area, probably were worried they were going to miss something. Don't know. But it was an eye-opener for everyone because I just need to be mindful of what am I doing when I'm searching. Again, because what we do is really significant with these dogs. So I have developed best practices in an effort to address some of the concerns about cueing.
And please go into those best practices. What do you do to try to avoid that?
Number one, when we get a call from an agency, I usually field the call. If it's something connected to something maybe of a criminal nature, sometimes I do it and I say, please don't tell me a lot because I don't want to know. They can tell us the very basics, but it's more about just tell me what area you'd like me to put my tool's nose in.
Let's explore that a little bit, though. What's the concern if you did know?
I think the concern would be is we're human, and would we inadvertently cue the dog to provide some sort of indication, not even realizing we're doing it.
I see. So if I was working for the police and I said, like, why don't you search this area in front of the clerks here? I saw a human body there. I just want to confirm it. And if you went over there, you're concerned that if your dog didn't indicate that you may be frowned upon and the dog may read your expressions and alert?
Sure, yes.
I see. So fair to say you address that by getting no information or as little information as possible about the scene.
Correct. Or if I'm assigning it to someone, I first select the team that I think is up to the task, depending upon what it is and that dog's experience. But I won't tell the handler a lot. I will simply say, this is where you're going, contact these people. It is a person that's been missing for 2 weeks in this area.
When you sort of say this, in this area, what I mean, how specific is that area?
If someone goes missing, a big part of our job is to just search for the missing person, and elimination work is probably 75 to 80% of our task. So if someone goes missing, they look and say, hey, they really like bird watching. Could you run over and start searching this field where they bird watched? We run the dog, we don't get anything. What next? Well, they often walked to the library and crossed over this bridge. We're concerned they fell in the water. So we'd run the water and say, my terminology is, I'm not getting any indication that the odor is present for my dog. And it's all put back on the agency to work with the information.
How about a house? If you want to search a house, what sort of information do you get on the residents? I know. Again, my handlers, as a result of my life experience, have learned, don't ask a lot and stop people if they start to tell you what they think happened. Because the handlers know this could very well be nothing. Again, because so much of our work is elimination. I see.
And so the team may simply say, okay, what all is included in what you want me to search? 5 acres, including the house, the barn, the truck, the car, and the garage.
Got it.
Yep,
Okay.
we want all that.
Okay. Do you take any other steps to avoid cueing? Like how close is the handler to the dog when the dog is running the search?
So as a human remains detection dog handler, I work dogs that I want to be very independent, almost naughty. So they would kind of say, no, we're not going this way, we're going this way because I smell odor. But we work in my circle to work the dogs as independently as possible. So whenever possible, we work them off lead. We do introduce them to a 15-foot long line, so if we have to walk a roadway for safety, the dog is used to that pole, but it doesn't necessarily mean long line means to sit. So we do everything off lead. The other thing is for buildings, I'll address that. Prior to them ever doing one of these types of searches, they've done a lot of scenarios in terms of me saying to them, I need you to check this property, and they don't know if there's something in it or not. So that would be considered blind, and send the dog team in. And my big thing is, in a space like this, I would not spend a lot of time with the dog in the room. I might cut the dog loose, saying, go find, and circle around this entire perimeter, cut through the middle, and then go back a different direction, just to give the dog as much access to any potential odor one way or the other. But if I don't see that dog showing me some tells, like all of a sudden the dog's head high, or snorting, or really working at something, we're exiting the room. And because I don't want to get bogged down in the little stuff. That's not my job. So we practice that a lot. And I also tell handlers, it's okay if you miss. We're good. I would rather have them miss than get a false indication.
Okay. So just to confirm, you use the term lead. Is that basically the same thing as a leash?
Yes.
Off leash?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe, is it a fair example to say that if I were you and law enforcement told me that I wanted to search a residence, you would just say, we want you to search 123 Anywhere Street? And that bland of information given to the handler?
The handler does have very minimal information, like this person's been missing 2 weeks or 4 years. But I often will get calls from agencies still working missing persons cases, some foul play, some not. And they'll say, hey, we got a tip that the person's body is wherever. So I will simply tell the handler, you're just going to go check this area. Nobody knows if there's anything there or not. So I try to keep it as generic as possible within the realm of the task.
Okay. And then I guess finally you mentioned it, but I want to make sure we highlight it before we move on. How do you approach your handlers telling law enforcement if they don't find anything?
So what I ask my handlers to do, and what I've done for a long time, is first show up, identify the area. They'll brief us, and then I'll do a quick walkthrough of the property for safety reasons for the dog and to make sure I know the lay of whatever I'm doing. Then I will go get the dog, or the handler will, and we will just begin by walking out and saying, go to work, go find, souk, whatever their command is. And we're just making sure we get that dog's nose everywhere that is on the property. Some days you don't have to get very close, and you can eliminate an area because they've been down 2 weeks and the person's been down 2 weeks and it's a nice cool day, so we know scent is flowing. And then what I teach and what I practice and my handlers do is work the whole area, put your dog up, process what you may or may not have, and then you go to law enforcement and explain, hey, I do a walkthrough with them again, and I say, I got nothing in the garage, I got nothing in the house, and I might say, and I'm doing it purposely because I want them to hear what we've covered. So if all of a sudden they say, oh, you never did the garage, it's like, no. And they may say, oh, we want that included, so go get the dog. But I'll walk through it all, and in the end, I will say to them, more often than not, my dog is not providing its trained faunal response that it detects the odor of human remains anywhere about this property. Or my dog hid at a dresser in a bedroom, but that's the only place, and they pull it out and they find baby teeth. So something of that nature. But I really want that team to explain what they have, and we also say, please don't tell us anything after the fact. So if a team's worked it, I often say, why don't you call me, and we'll say things to the handler like, your dog was corroborated, and it might be because they found some brain matter on something. But the handler need not know one way or the other, because again, they just need to present the information as generically as possible, or so that they're not vested in one way or the other because we don't know what we don't know.
Okay. And it's okay to tell law enforcement if you don't find anything.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned something that I kind of want to explore a little bit before we move on. You said if it's a cool day that you may have better luck. Is there a time of year or a time of temperature that works better for human detection in your experience?
Ideally, cooler weather. If it gets really, really hot, the dogs can still smell stuff. However, they have to really work hard because they got to be close to it because heat will push scent down. And the dog doesn't have a lot of nose time, meaning they're going to get hot, start panting, and then we're not sniffing. So unless it's something really pressing, like they disappeared last night, we will try to schedule things for better weather. And then the cold, again, they can sniff in the cold and detect things. However, my rule of thumb is anything below 10 degrees, I don't want to be out in it. And I find that the dog's paws will sometimes be really uncomfortable for them. So again, if it's not pressing, we're not going to expose and risk that dog's injury.
So how do you define better weather?
So my practice is with missing persons cases where they're not found for weeks, months, years. My conversation with the investigating agency is if you get anything you want us to do from here on in, let me know, and we'll either schedule it in the spring or in the fall. Because it's cooler weather, dogs have more nose time, and because it's cooler weather and breezy, scent carries further, so the dog doesn't have to cover as much area. Their nose is going to get it.
I see. So spring or fall, best times to do it.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go through, we mentioned earlier certifications. So let's say that we have a dog and handler who've been trained in all of this. Any sort of certification that they can obtain?
That team can pursue different organizations nationally, in-house, statewide, that provides one-day certification where there be a bunch of blind problems, that's what we call it, or unknown to the handler and dog, and they would search to either find and indicate or they would eliminate something.
Okay. And you kind of hinted at my next question. So more than one agency does this?
More than one organization is available for that.
For certification?
Yes.
About how many organizations are available for that?
I probably can identify 7.
Okay.
I know there's more per state, but what I'm familiar with in the Midwest.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, is there an agency that you believe stands above the rest? Of course, I asked that right as you take a drink of water. I'm sorry.
For me personally, having been in this field for many years, and obviously because I'm a certifying official for NNDDA, I like that certification. And my reasons for that are several. They've been established since the 1970s. Originally, it was for just narcotics dogs, but it's grown to all aspects of certification and training, explosive, bed bug dogs, all that stuff. They right now have over half the United States has teams that train and certify under that organization. It is conducted and run by law enforcement who have been in the field. The certifying officials have to have worked in the discipline they're certifying for at least 3 years before they would be considered, which I think is really important for the work that we do. And they're very stringent about who is even allowed to do the certification. So it has to be either police officer, current or retired in good standing, firefighter, military who may have the assignment. And then there's an area where if you were a private investigator and hired somebody to utilize their dog, they could test that way. It requires a background check. And I like the certification because it puts in there animal remains versus human. And There are several options for a team, so we can set that certification up to provide that team with like search work that they do. So if somebody only does wilderness, we're not going to do a car search. Or if somebody only does criminal work, or often the more criminal stuff, we could offer them cars and buildings, things that are applicable to that team.
Okay, so you mentioned that when the NNDDA does their cadaver certifications, that they do both animal and human remains. Can you explain that a little bit more? Like
One of the areas of the 5 that we can set the team to evaluate, there are animal remains purposely in the area where there's human remains. And as a certifying official, I'm going to ask that team, they don't know, but I'm going to ask them to start their dog in a certain area because I want to observe them and their dog going over animal to kind of be sure the dog is not indicating to animal remains.
So, fair to say, or maybe let me ask this as a question, is the NNDDA well respected in your field?
Yes.
Okay. So can you explain what it's like? What all do they require to go through to get a certification?
Okay. So for me to become a certifying official with NNDDA, I had to certify successfully for 3 years in the field I was applying to, which was human remains detection. I then sort of have to have somebody who within the organization that will sponsor me, isn't probably the right word, but recommend me. I then contact the officers of NNDDA and tell them I'm interested in being considered for the position of certifying official. They then send a packet, and it asks everything from who have you trained, what's your experience, any awards, and you fill that packet out, you send it in, and in January of each year, the board of NNDDA reviews all the people interested in certifying or becoming a certifying official. They then either invite you or say, nope, we don't think you have enough experience. I received an invitation that required me to go to nationals in the spring. You go early and you go in front of a large room full of dog trainers, and they grill you on what you may or may not know, and they want to know about your experience. They then have a discussion while you leave the room, and it's either yes or no. I received a yes, so then I was required to shadow someone who was certifying cadaver dogs in order to make sure I knew my task. And then I'm sent off, and dog teams that fall within the requirements of law enforcement can reach out to me and say, I would like to be evaluated. And they can come from anywhere in the U.S.
Okay. Are those standards different than other organizations?
Well, the American Academy of Forensic Science, which is an organization that identifies the 12 sciences currently, dog and sensors is one of them, requires that a legit bona fide organization should evaluate odor recognition for a certification, and then the team needs to do it either blind, unknown, single, or they can do a double blind, which means I set something out, I leave, and someone else records for the team. That's what double blind is.
Okay, so I guess, so NNDDA, fair to say they have pretty high standards.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go through, if I am a dog handler team, myself and my canine, what do I have to do to be certified with the NNDDA? Not as a certifying official, but just to become a certified team.
They contact the certifying official and make arrangements for when they can do the test. And then I'll go and set up the evaluation ahead of time so it ages for a little bit, maybe half an hour. Then the team shows up at the location. They have to have shown that they had a background check for that year, and they have some paperwork they have to do. And then I take them to each area, and I usually use traffic cones so they can see. And I tell the team, this is your area, search it. And then I've chosen to take a chair and sit down so I don't move anywhere in the area because I don't want to inadvertently cue.
Okay. So basically, to be certified, all those certification tests are blind.
Yes.
Okay. And then what's the standard to pass to be certified?
For NNDDA, they can have one miss, no faults. They'll fail if their dog eats the remains, urinates on the remains, or the dog indicates on animal.
Okay.
And then there's a time period before they're eligible to test again.
Okay. You mentioned, I guess, fault or miss. So when you're, I guess, evaluating a dog's reactions, what?
A miss would be, there's 3 training aids out, and my dog only found 2. I ran my dog through an area, but never located the 3rd. So the dog, in essence, missed. A false alert would be where the dog provides a trained final response, and we know the area is absent of the odor they're trained to detect.
Okay. And the third is what, a hit or a?
And then the third thing would be the find.
Okay. And then once a dog team is certified, how often do they recertify?
The expectation is annually, within reason. So if they certified in February and they can't get the certifying official set up till March or April, that's okay. But they have to do it within a reasonable year frame.
Okay. And then how often, like, are there monthly trainings or other trainings that dogs need to do to kind of keep up with their skills?
So once a dog is up and functioning in its task, it used to be that for a single-purpose dog, the expectation was 8 to 10 hours of training a month. That has changed to 16 hours a month, probably in the last couple years. So sort of the industry standard is now saying, we want to see that these dogs are getting 16 hours of training in their field every month within what's their reasonableness. You know, if somebody has a baby or is on vacation, they may not get those hours, but overall you want to see that.
So you actually hinted at my next question. What happens if, like, let's say I have a dog team and I get, I don't know, sick or in a car accident or something, and I can't train my dog monthly? Have you read anything or in your training, are you aware of how that affects the dog's ability to do its job or the team's ability?
You know, there's some research done at Auburn University back in like 1999, and Auburn University does a lot with olfactory ability of dogs. And that shows that a dog that really is seasoned and has been doing this work for a long time doesn't lose their edge to detect that odor. So a gap can occur. A brand new dog wouldn't work for them because they don't know their odor yet. But a seasoned dog, they don't lose their edge, so to speak. What I encourage people to do is, for example, if a dog was injured and off duty for 6 weeks and had to stay in-house, and they're still within the window of their certification, I would encourage that handler to do some unknown blind training, having someone set it out to just check where they're at and be verified that, yep, dog is still on task, or does it reveal that dog is slipping? So that would be a way that I would remedy that until the next certification.
Now, in your time in this field, have you developed sort of a way to, I don't know, track a dog's overall proficiency at what it does?
So what we do is, to develop a dog's reliability, you need to go where you know it's controlled. So out in the field, we don't have any measure. We have no way to measure if that dog is correct or not because there's so many unknowns. So the reliability of a dog can be established by every time that dog does, throughout its career, does unknown blind problems, whether it's certification or in training. We keep a running tally of how often do the dogs find it, how often do the dogs miss, and how often, if at all, does the dog false alert. And a young dog, when they're first going through this, they're opportunists, they may test. So you may see, or they don't know their odor super well, So you may see a miss now and again, and that's totally reasonable. The handler then has to establish, hey, I haven't done dry bone in a while. I need to get my dog over that more to build its confidence. Or I pulled my dog from the area, not allowing it to work it. So I need to be more mindful as a handler. So it's evaluating the handler's skill set. The false alert, if that happens, I sort of expect it with a young dog. A more seasoned dog, that should completely go away. But when a young dog is first learning the game for them, they're going to test the waters and kind of possibly check. So you might see a false, and that's okay, because then the dog's not certified, it's not in the field working. We just need to figure out why did that occur and remedy it and keep that dog's training going. And then set the team up again to do some blind problems. We may even give them a blank area and say, you have 0 to 3 aids out there. And we want to see that handler be able to work through it and say, I'm not getting anything. Very good.
So in developing that standard, you just said there's like out in the field, there's no way to tell if that dog is correct. What do you mean by that?
I mean, there's ways to tell because you find the body, you find scattered bone, you find biological, but there are occasions where the dog will indicate, and there's no tool right now that can measure a dog's olfactory ability. So we currently have no way to figure out with another tool that the dog is correct. Did that answer your question?
Well, so basically what you're saying is the dog, if I understand you right, and correct me, of course, if I'm wrong, is the dog is being trained to provide that alert when it senses the odor.
Yes.
And that dog will provide his alert, and there are times when you can confirm that, and there are times when you can't.
In the field, that is correct.
I see. But in training, you confirm it as much as possible, and then you develop this reliability based on things you can confirm.
Yes, like a running tally of how's this dog performing on a regular basis.
I see. Okay. So, given everything, ma'am, that you've testified to, is it your expert opinion that a properly trained human remains detection dog can detect the odor of human remains even after they have been removed from the scene?
Yes.
And how did you come to that opinion?
Because I've lived it for 25 years, and I personally have had my dog indicate, and nothing has been found, but maybe a confession later corroborates it, or something unrelated corroborates it.
Okay. So I want to move on to the case at hand. Are you familiar with a matter involving Richard Gale Pierce?
I have limited knowledge of it, yes.
Okay. Well, you know who Alyssa Palmer is?
Yes.
And Alyssa Palmer, who is she?
Alyssa Palmer is a City of Madison police officer. She started with the department as an intern, and she's my protege.
She works for Canine, or she did volunteer work for Canine Search
Yes.
Solutions?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if so you're familiar with Alyssa Palmer's training and experience?
Yes. She's on her second cadaver dog. Her first one, she got up certified, was 4 years old, and he died of bloat. So she had to get a new dog. And currently she handles canine Gila, and she's got a new dog to retire Gila. That dog is not certified, but getting close.
Okay. But you're familiar with Ms. Palmer's training and experience?
Yes.
And is that in accordance with the best practices that you've testified to today?
Yes.
And you mentioned Canine Gila. Are you familiar with how Canine Gila has been trained?
Yes.
And has Canine Gila been trained in accordance with the best practices that you testified to today?
Yes.
And in her work with Canine Search Solutions, did Ms. Palmer create a report on what she did?
She would have completed a report documenting what happened at a search. Yes.
Okay. You haven't reviewed that report, though?
I don't think I've ever seen it. No.
Okay. So, but everything, all your testimony and your interactions with Ms. Palmer and her dog Gila is their training and experience is in accordance with the best practices
Yes.
that you testified to today?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Can we approach?
Yeah. ladies and gentlemen, based on some scheduling matters, we're going to break for lunch now. I'm going to ask that you come back so we can resume right at 1 o'clock. So you have about an hour and a half. So get back here, I don't know, 10:02 or something like that, and we'll start right at 1 o'clock, okay?
For over 70 years at WG&R Furniture, we have believed in pricing transparency. This means we don't inflate our pricing to give the illusion of dramatic savings. You can shop with confidence.
alerts. So that would be an 85% false positive rate, would you call it?
False alert,
Sure.
but yes.
So 85% of the time, when these handlers thought they knew where the drugs were, their dogs indicated 85%. All right. Now, I want to clarify that, or go over that again. That seems to me to be a very high percentage. Would you agree?
Yes.
And so I want to relate that to when a handler and a dog do training on their own. So they don't do, I think it's if you have somebody else with you who would hide the aid, that's a blind test or
Blind or unknown, yes.
unknown test. Okay. So, but would you agree the majority of time training happens, it's just with the handler and their dog?
A majority of the beginning trainings would be between the dog and the handler, yes.
And you said beginning training, but would that be, except for maybe when they're testing or certifying, it's really usually the handler and their dog unless they have a special training session with somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then, in 100% of those situations, the handler knows where the aid is because the handler is the only person who would hide the aid.
Yes.
So if we relate this study to what training takes place on a majority of time for handlers and trained dogs, we're looking, if we compare the study to that, we're looking at an 85% false indication. And so how, I guess, in your opinion, how can you really say that a dog is ever indicating truthfully even in the training situation?
I think it goes back to the initial training. At first, you want the dog to know where the handler to know where the source is of the training aid, because they have to really learn to observe their dogs in the odor that they're trained on and out of the odor. They also have to really learn those secondary or tells of each individual dog. And then as they go on, we begin to evaluate how is that team working. So we'll set out something unknown, or I'll go back to your question about source, and the handler knows where it is. That handler really needs to be conscientious that the dog did it all on their own. And the way I would train it is always tell the handler, it's okay if your dog misses. I would rather you let them miss than encourage a false alert. Did that answer your question?
I believe so.
Okay.
But I guess I would assume, or I think correct me if you don't believe this, I think we can assume that all of these handlers believed that as well, that they had appropriately trained their dogs and that they weren't giving, I think we're calling cueing, so they weren't giving some, whether it be by their body language or whatever the case may be, some hint to that animal that they wanted them to indicate. So, and I understand what you're saying is it's just going to be on an individual basis. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So, I believe you testified earlier that, in your opinion, the best practices for training is 16 hours per month.
It has now changed to that.
Okay.
I can't tell you the exact year that kind of the industry standard now says we'd like to see that dog team on a regular basis training 16 hours a month.
Okay, so that is now,
More
you would agree is the best practices for training.
best practice.
Did you ever have a standard for yourself?
Of how many hours? I think initially, nobody really knew what the best practice was way back. And then through the years, a lot just depended on the time of year, where the dog was in training. For example, if I'm starting a new dog, there's no searches they're going on, so my hours would be more, there would be more training hours versus some of the time doing searches.
But wouldn't you agree at least, would you say 12 to 14 hours before this 16-hour standard? That would be fairly typical, would you say, per month?
My goal would be is to get the dog out and train it a couple times a month, if that helps. Sometimes it would be a quick alert series where we're just training the smell, sit, that's 15 minutes, versus a day where I might get together with 4 other handlers, and that could be an 8-hour day.
So you're talking about an 8-hour day.
Right, but that didn't happen a lot.
Okay. All right, so you testified earlier that you were familiar with Alyssa Palmer and her canine, Gila. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I know you indicated you didn't have too much information about this current case, but a search in which Alyssa and Gila were involved in occurred on October 12, 2018. Okay? And, I'll back up a little bit. Do you expect your handlers that you work with to keep training logs?
Yes.
And is it something you review?
I don't, because they're on an honor system. They're all adults. So I have never insisted upon them showing me their training logs.
So you are essentially just trusting that they're getting their training in as they know your expectations to be. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
All right. So if we go back to November 3rd of 2017, Alyssa trains, so about 11 months before the search, Alyssa trains with Gila on November 3rd. Alyssa does not train Gila at all after that time until April 14, 2018. So no training for 4 months. All right? Then she trains Gila for 4 hours on April 14, 2018. Right? Then there's another gap in training of Gila from April 14th to July 5th, 2018. So another 3-month gap with absolutely no training. Okay? On July 5th, Alyssa trains Gila for 2 hours. So based on that time frame, just what I've said, that means that in an 8-month period, Alyssa only trained with Gila for a total of 4 hours over 8 months. So in July, these are the months immediately preceding this search. In July 2018, Alyssa trains Gila for a total of 4 hours. In August of 2018, Alyssa trains Gila for a total of 5.5 hours. In September of 2018, Alyssa trains Gila for a total of 9 hours. Now, between September 25th, 2018 and October 10th, there's no training, but then October 10th, she trains for 2 hours, and October 11th, the day before the search, I presume she would have known that she had to go on a search by the 10th and 11th.
Yes.
She trains for an hour and a half. But essentially, that amounts to only 26 hours over 11 months. She only trained Gila 11 times in 11 months. Based on your previous testimony and what you believe is best practices for training, wouldn't you agree that Alyssa's training of Gila in the preceding 11 months before this search was extremely deficient in terms of best practices when we talk about the hours needed to train and the time to put that in?
Extremely deficient is harsh, but it's not optimal. That is correct.
Well, not optimal seems a little lighter than that. I think we can hopefully agree if extremely deficient is too harsh. It's pretty bad.
She definitely was deficient in not training. That is correct.
And those large gaps, there's 4 months where she doesn't train at all. She does 4 hours, and another 3 months she doesn't train at all. So she only trains for 4 hours in a 7-month period. Did she communicate with you about this?
She had, I think she had a barn fire that killed all of her animals in the barn, lost all of her remains, and she needed to take a break from searching.
And I
Yep.
don't mean to interrupt you.
Nope, so
And I should have prefaced this. I'm not putting any blame on her. I know she had a family emergency, that kind of thing. But we're just talking about what the standards are, and I'm just trying to use your previous testimony to understand and get your opinion on this. Okay, so if you had known this, would you have had concerns about sending Alyssa and Gila on a search on October 12th, 2018?
how old was Gila when that 2018 case? Is she 5 or 6? Do we know?
I don't honestly know.
Yes, I would have concerns.
And I think you testified about some best practices that you put into place, in trying to address, I think it was the queuing situation. Okay. When were those, in terms of your business, when did you put those in place?
It was a process. I would say it all has evolved over time in searches and cases, so I couldn't tell you an exact date that we did all of them.
Would it be within the last year or two, do you think?
No, it was before that.
All right. All right, and then I wanted to talk a little bit about proficiency and what the expectation is in terms of certifying a dog and that type of thing. You indicated that you would rather a handler let a dog false indicate than
Miss
miss.
versus false indicate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did say that wrong. You'd rather have a handler have the dog miss and not do anything than false indicate. Okay. So in your, when you certify a handler and a trainer, does the dog fail if they false indicate?
Yes.
Just once?
Let me clarify. If they're certifying and they have a false indication, that can be a cause for failing that certification.
Okay. All right, and then in terms of false indications, when a handler is doing training, it's pretty easy to determine when there's a false indication because the handler knows where the aid is and there's proof of that, correct?
Yes,
But in the field, there's no way to know if there's a false indication.
at times that is correct.
And I think you previously testified that in the times that it can be proven is when there is something like a body found, if we're talking about a cadaver or detection, a human remains detection dog, right? That's the type of thing where you can prove that that indication is correct.
When they locate remains?
Yes.
Yes.
Or any, I think you added some type of DNA evidence.
Like brain matter,
Okay. Bone,
yeah.
anything like that, right?
Scattered remains,
Okay.
yes.
But that's really the only way we can say for 100% certainty that that dog's indication is accurate.
Correct.
All right. Now, along those lines, and I just want to give you an example. So if we have, say, in an OWI case, if we have some blood collected, and that is sent to the state laboratory, and they do, and I know you have a background in law enforcement, so I hope you follow me. I know you followed me. They test that blood, and they have a certain machine. It's very, I would say, complex, and in that situation, we are able to, say, get calibration records. That machine may be regularly tested. It may be, serviced, and all those records would be available to anyone who wanted to examine those. And so in that regard, when we have the blood tested, it creates a reliability of that result. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And in the context of a dog indication, we have absolutely no way of calibrating or figuring out if I'm a dog lover, so I don't want to refer to them as a machine. They're beings. So, but we don't know, as we would with the machine, if it wasn't giving the right result. We would have no idea if that dog, say, didn't feel good, or they didn't want to perform, or didn't want to search. We just wouldn't be able to determine that because there's no test for that.
Correct.
And are there indeed situations where dogs, maybe they don't feel good, maybe they're like humans having a bad day, and they're just not up to the task on most days? Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. And then I want to discuss a little bit about what happens at these searches. And I guess we'll go in the context of what you and your company does. So before you accept an assignment, I guess we can call them, what information are you given?
Given?
Yes.
Usually there's a consult on the phone. It can last anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour. And so it varies, but you're looking for the details of what I would learn.
What would, say law enforcement called you, what would you learn?
The background around the missing person, where it's at, the area that's going to be searched. And then sometimes there's conversations about the legal aspects, like do they have consent or a search warrant? But that would be the gist of what I would obtain when they're calling.
And then in terms of your business, do you then assign a handler?
I do. Sometimes I'll take the case. I am trying to step down from all of this because I'm tired. But usually I will look at the geography, like who's the closest physically. Sometimes nobody is.
Yeah.
Who's available, and then is it in that particular team's wheelhouse of ability?
So then, if we're talking about, all right, you have that information, you have a handler on the case, what would typically happen, and you can use yourself as an example. So if you were asked to send your dog through a house, how would you proceed?
What I practice, and I am going to, when I practice, usually I will want to arrive at the scene, and whoever's kind of orchestrating the search, ask them if we can do, are we doing, well, we'll start with the house.
Let's just start with inside the house.
Okay, so I would ask if I could do a walkthrough very briefly to check for safety issues for the dog, and then also just to get familiar with the layout. So it probably would take, depending upon the size, 2 to 3 minutes.
All right. And now, when you're doing that, are you wearing a camera at all?
No, I don't have a body camera.
And I guess it would seem to me that a recording of the search might be helpful in terms of if anyone were to review it in the future, you could be able to see what was happening. Is there a reason you wouldn't have a camera?
No reason. It's completely up to them if they would like that videotaped or not. We used to have a video camera following, but what we found was the handler, were blocking so much, moving through a small space, that it wasn't very productive. And I leave it up to the agency if they want to videotape anything, only because I'm wearing a different hat when I usually go. I'm sworn law enforcement, but I'm volunteering my time. So currently we don't possess the cameras, my business, and the agencies, if they ask if they can tape, by all means. We're never opposed to it. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking of, and I'll ask the question, is it safe to say that in many cases, a dog's indication can be very specific to that dog and train or handler, and that they would recognize, the handler might recognize something that you or I might not? Or is it usually very obvious?
The trained final response would be very obvious.
Okay.
The sit, the down, the bark.
Okay. And are there levels of indication for dogs?
What do you mean by levels? Like,
Would it, if it was a bark, would it be a louder bark or a consistent bark, or if it was just a kind of, my dog never barks anything but very loudly, but a lower kind of.
sure. I don't know if I understand what information you're trying to get.
So I'm just wondering if in different instances, considering what they may or may not be smelling, would their indication be more exaggerated? Maybe that's the way to put it.
Sometimes it can be very exaggerated. Sometimes where the dog is moving along and suddenly does a 90-degree movement, sniffs, and then just abruptly sits, for example. Or typically for faint or faint odor or aged, those would be 2 examples. The dog may take a little while, we're talking 30 seconds, 2 minutes, to kind of process, and they'd be moving around, maybe head high. We refer to that as going in and out of clean and dirty air being the trained odor. And then the dog might slowly turn around and sit. Does that help you?
Sure.
Okay.
So it goes back to my recording question. Wouldn't it be very helpful to have a recording of that and be able to see the dog do those indications? Would you agree?
Pros and cons to it. Certainly, it might be of assistance, yes.
Okay. Now, am I thinking of things in terms of we never will know unless there are, say, in this case, in the dogs we're talking about, some human remains found. We'll never know if that indication is accurate or not. Wouldn't it be helpful to have a second dog go through?
Oh, that's a good question. I back up to my experience with a patrol dog, and when I'm working or was working, and an officer calls for me to respond to sniff a vehicle for the odor of illegal drugs. I show up, get my information, do the sniff, and no matter what the dog would do, we get one kick at the can. Because the challenge would be is, for example, if this person is stopped, I run my dog around the car for drugs, and my dog does not indicate, for an officer to say, I'd want a second dog, who do we believe if the other one hits? It really leaves it very ambiguous, and or does it now start to lend itself that the officer was going to do whatever it took to get inside that car? So with that in mind, when there are some occasions where we will run more than one dog, but it would be more like a drowning, where we're on the body of water, the dogs are indicating, and we're using more than one dog to try to figure out where the hottest odor is or the strongest. It is not my practice, in honor of what I did with a patrol dog with narcotics, that we would run our best bet, or whatever that dog's skill set is, selected, and that dog runs through it, and we just work off of that. We don't run a second dog in a building or a car, because we have to just honor whatever the information is.
So if you were out on a search, it's your opinion that you're only going to take one dog because you don't want that dog's indication to be questioned. Is that correct?
Well, I think about it from the standpoint of being in law enforcement, and if I was the investigating officer and the first dog runs through and gets nothing, and then the second dog runs through and gets something, who do I believe? And I don't want to be, there's a lot of explanations for why that might be, but to me, we get one sniff and we need to go with whatever that is. And that's our current practice.
All right. Well, I guess I'm just thinking of it in the context of there's already a search warrant, so law enforcement already has the right to go in. It just seems to me logical that if a dog goes through, they indicate, but they find nothing in terms, and we're just talking about human remains here, that a second dog could only be helpful in possibly locating, additional evidence. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't. May I explain?
Well, sure, go ahead.
The example I'll use is, what if we have a very seasoned dog, and I talk about databases. Maybe this dog has found 14 bodies in its career and scattered remains and been corroborated finding brain matter on equipment. So that dog's really seasoned. Then I bring in a green, brand-new dog who maybe has never even been over a whole body, let alone all of that other stuff. That dog may not indicate because it simply doesn't have the database yet to do that. So it's almost like a rookie officer and a veteran officer. You know, sometimes the rookie officer can do so much, but they have to defer to the seasoned officer maybe to do more of an investigation. So that is why I personally wouldn't use a second dog. Now, somewhere, somehow, that practice might change as this discipline evolves. But for right now, for a vehicle we're sniffing or a building, we practice just doing one dog, and we have to just report what that dog gives. So then the mindfulness is which dogs to pick.
So just to clarify, when you think about having more than one dog search, using your background in law enforcement comes into play, and evidentiary issues would come into play. Was that?
Yes.
Okay. Rather than, as I'm thinking about it, what is, you know, if you have a dog come through, indicates they find nothing, what is the harm of having a second? Just to make sure all of those results are accurate. That's how I would think of it. But your opinion is you don't want to necessarily, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think I understand your position. All right. So now let's talk a little bit about, I guess I'll call it tissues and substances.
Okay.
All right. So, see an example of where a man was shaving in front of the sink and he cuts his cheek and bleeds into the sink, and that leaves blood. Would that realistically or practically be human remains that a dog might be able to detect?
Yes.
And I think we all understand that we shed our skin cells or, sometimes get cut or we leave behind skin. Would that be something a dog would also detect?
In theory, yes.
Okay. And I will be referring to each one of these as it's not on a human body that's living. So when I say, okay, when I say skins, it would be skin cells we've deposited, not nice cells, but maybe a piece of skin that is no longer on the body and maybe has fallen on the floor or something like that.
It's decomposed.
Yes. Muscle,
Yes.
ligaments,
Yes.
cartilage.
Yes.
I'm going to just give you a couple here, and if you disagree with any, just let me know. So human bones, human teeth, nails, hair, and obviously we've already talked about blood. Those would all be something that a dog trained in human remains detection would alert or indicate on?
They could alert to that, yes.
Okay. Even though those, well, not all of those things would have come from a living person, but I think we can agree that hair, possibly teeth, that sounds like a bad situation, but hair, nails, blood, those are all things that on occasion we all leave behind in some form of another. And you would agree that a human remains detection dog would indicate on something like that?
Yes.
So one of the difficulties, and let me know if you disagree, in these types of searches or the utilization of these dogs is that we can't ever be certain whether they're indicating on something that has come from a still living person or if they're indicating on a smell from a person who's no longer living. Is that correct?
Can you say it one more time?
Sure. Got a little long there. So one of the difficulties is, let's use all the examples I just went through, that the ways in which we, as we're still living, can discard some of our remains, let's say. One of the difficulties is that we won't really know whether that indication is from a person who's still living and maybe lives at the house, or if it is from the remains of someone now deceased. Is that accurate?
I can't give you a yes or no. Should I?
Sure.
I think what you would look for is, and I've had all of this happen, where the dog is in a bedroom and all of a sudden stops and starts sniffing a bottom drawer. And it's very specific to that drawer. And the dog gives its trained final response. My first piece of information to law enforcement when I'm walking back through is there's something going on with this dresser, and they may pull it open and say, well, there was several baby teeth. Yep, that could be it.
Okay.
Does that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is helpful. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about residual odor. And that is something, I believe one of these, well, I'll connect that in a minute. But can you just describe what residual odor is in the human remains detection?
It's kind of a phrase that has just come out over time. So odor is odor. Mm-hmm. There's lingering odor, strong odor, faint odor, and residual odor. So I think what that is trying to describe is where human remains were, and they've been removed, and the dog is indicating that they detect the odor of human remains. So the description wouldn't be faint or lingering, it would be residual.
Oh, but it's essentially the same indication because, well, obviously dogs can't talk to us and tell us why they are doing something. So what I wanted to get to is the difficulty in residual, and even the concept of residual, because there is no evidence to support the dog indicating.
There's currently no tool that can capture and evaluate when a dog is indicating to that residual odor.
And again, just follow up quickly, we don't have any way of knowing whether that indication would have been from our example of somebody losing hair or blood who's still living, or if it's a residual odor. Would you agree?
And has that stuff been removed?
Sure.
Correct.
All right. And in terms of the odor of human remains, would you agree that there is no way to tell exactly what a dog is smelling, and we just simply don't know what that scent might be or why they're making those indications?
Boy, you'll have to reword that.
Okay. Let me see if I can. Well, I'll withdraw that. I think I can get to it in another way. And in your training and experience and the research that you've done, do you agree that there's no research on determining when a human body begins to emit the smell of death?
There is research
Okay.
about, basically you're asking is, at what moment can a cadaver dog detect that someone is now considered deceased?
Well, essentially, yes.
Well, I think the carpet study that we discussed earlier does reflect that in that situation, the bodies were deceased less than 3 hours, and the dogs were able to detect that odor of human remains.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. I wanted to get into that. So in that study, the deceased, or whatever they were using from the deceased to put on that carpet, it had only been 3 to 4 hours. They'd only been deceased for 3 or 4 hours, is that right?
My understanding from the research was the people had passed over, died, at less than 3 hours from death to when they exposed the carpet swatches. Didn't touch them, but exposed the carpet swatches to that source.
Okay. So then they did a series of letting these dogs search over certain time periods, is that right?
Yes, like checked in with them.
Okay. What was the longest period of time?
During that carpet study?
Yes.
So the carpet swatches that were exposed 10 minutes, they tested the dogs out to about 2 months, so 60-ish days.
Okay, so that test is only really involving, first, a very recent deceased smell or odor, whatever we can say is in existence.
Yes.
Okay, and it only qualifies, or I shouldn't say, I won't use the word qualify. It only involves a study up to 18 months of the reliability of a human remains detection dog.
Are you talking about a different study, the other one?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I am. 2 months. In this study, it's only 2 months, right?
For freshness, yes.
Yeah, for freshness. All right. And would you agree that there is no way that an indication, I'm going to strike that. Would you agree that an indication of human remains from a detection dog, that can't tell you whose human remains they are unless we have a body or some other.
That's correct. We're
evidence.
generic human cadaver odor.
Okay, so in regards to, identifying a person, an indication wouldn't have any proof of that. Would you agree?
Yes.
And let's talk a little bit about transfer. So if there is a deceased person in a home, and say they've been there for a few hours before discovery, what type of smell or remains odor would be distributed if, say, that person was then moved throughout the house, or that body was then moved, say, outside into the yard for a time being? Would that odor transfer?
I want to make sure I'm answering your question. So if a person newly deceased is in a spot and you said a couple hours,
Yes.
I'm not putting words in
No,
your
no,
mouth. Okay.
that's fine.
A couple of hours. And then that entire body is moved around the house?
Well, I would anticipate emergency medical
Oh.
personnel then coming and removing that body. I don't mean anything nefarious about
Yeah.
moving the body. But,
Got it.
Now we're taking the body out potentially through the yard into hopefully an ambulance.
Okay.
but again, deceased.
Right.
So is it possible for human remains odor to be left behind or transferred or continue through when a body is moved?
Based on your scenario, absolutely there is a possibility that odor of human remains would be where the person passed, if it sat for a little while. The transferent part of it, when they put it on a gurney and roll it out, it's so faint as it's moving through that I would propose that that area wouldn't necessarily hold the odor.
So it's not the type of thing that gets dispersed around a body necessarily? Is that correct?
I think an easy way for us all to envision it is as the body's decomposing, the gases are moving out. So we'll use an outdoor environment as an example first.
Sure.
Let's say someone has passed away hunting, have a heart attack, and they're in the woods, and you have a strong wind coming out of the west. And we're a couple days in. If the dog was downwind of it, they would catch odor and work to the strongest source, which would, in theory, be the body. Should I keep going?
Sure. Well, I think maybe I can get more direct to my point. Does it matter if there's wind, in a search? Does it matter about the temperature, the environment?
Yes.
If there's, an air filtration system in the house? Are all those factors in a search?
If you're talking about an indoor environment, I think what to consider is there's probably not a lot of wind, there's not sun, the temperature is pretty regulated, there's no snow or rain. So if there's a cloud of odor in there, it would be very difficult to dissipate it. And again, looking at how long was it there, what condition of the body, was it a natural death versus a bludgeoning or cutting somebody up, that's going to make a whole bunch of odor.
Okay. And you use the term cloud.
Yeah.
Would a cloud of that odor move throughout the home?
The way that I interpret it, just having spent so much time doing this, is it permeates into the space if it's been there a long time, because it has nowhere, it doesn't clear out. Does that answer?
Sure.
Okay.
In terms of training for residual odor, do you do that with your handlers?
We do.
Okay. And can you give an example?
Sure. I think a couple of things is, to back up, is we're not necessarily trying to train them on the odor, residual odor. We're training them on the odor of human remains, whether it's lingering, strong, residual. However, as a result of situations like this, there have been occasions, and we don't do it a lot, but we need to check in to see where that dog's database is. So in training, we may combine a cooler full of remains, and I've placed it in a secure building for 8 hours, removed it, and a week later say to handlers, run your dog through this and tell me if you get anything at all. So that would be one scenario. Pros and cons, or the benefits, which is really quite morbid, of being a police officer is, within our city, we often have knowledge of where a body was discovered and removed. So if a homeless person has passed away in their tent and they're removed, and they're just out in the scrub around a public place where it occurred, the handlers in our circle, are encouraged to, if you get time, go out to that area, give your dog their command, and run them through the area to see what they do. And again, we're not encouraging an indication unless that dog makes the decision,
Okay.
because it's not wrong if they don't.
Right. So, but prior to October 2018, that type of training wasn't in place, say, for Gila?
I feel like Gila has done some of those, but Alyssa would be better to explain that because my database is
Okay.
gone.
But even if you had done it, is it a situation where you have your aid and then you remove it after a couple hours? Is it a situation where you leave it for a day? What would be your typical training procedure?
And I'm basing this off of some of the experiences in the field. So I may do a 3-hour and then remove 12 hours. And the other part is usually I want it to wait a couple days because traditionally we're not in those spaces for several days because nobody maybe knows the person is missing.
Sure. Okay. But realistically, obviously, you can't do 43 years
That's correct.
in a training. So, but realistically, you're just talking about short periods of time if you're doing residual odor training at all.
Yes. The only caveat would be is if a body had been like over the winter and not discovered for several months. But we would still be in there a short time after the body was removed.
Okay, so if somebody made you aware that that was the case, then you would try to use that as a training?
Yes, within a short period of time from when it was removed.
Okay. But the most has been, say, a year or so?
As a routinely, it would be a quick turnaround to run the dogs through the area.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you also have many years of experience in law enforcement and as a handler for a dog who was trained to detect drugs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience, when you'd be called out with your drug detection dog, say, to a vehicle, and you had the dog do a search, and they indicated, and no drugs were found. Would you agree that that indication would not be proof of drugs? Because you don't know we can't assure that the dog is ever correct in a field situation. So we wouldn't be able to say, well, we should arrest this person based on just the dog indication. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And would you agree that what dogs do is more of a tool used for law enforcement?
Yes, the dogs are definitely a tool.
All right. Now, would a human remains detection dog would, not to be gross, but say a septic tank was pumped and some sewage was inadvertently left behind, could that be something they would indicate on?
I think they shouldn't. That's correct. Unless there's something in it of human remains large.
Okay. All right. little bit about blind training. Is that something that, to your knowledge, Alyssa and Gila would have done before October 2018?
How, you're talking about all along their career,
Or
or?
were you involved, say, the year before October 12, 2018? Are you aware if Alyssa and Gila ever did any blind training, meaning they had a second person there
Oh,
to assist in the training, who would hide the aid so Alyssa didn't know what it was?
sure. And you're asking basically about 2017?
Sure, so November 2017 to October 2018.
I wouldn't know. I'd have to look at her training logs.
Okay. But you don't recall anything that you participated in, do you?
That's a way far ago time, so, and a lot of dog training, so I cannot say that I recall that.
How often did you participate with your handlers on these blind trainings?
It just depended on where that dog team was. Obviously, the teams that are further away, like South Dakota, I maybe see them twice a year. So I wouldn't be involved in their blind training except for maybe a certification.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
Would you agree that blind training is the best practice in terms of, if you could say what the best way to train a dog and a handler, that blind training would be optimal?
I think that you train, test, adjust. So the blind would be testing, see where the dog's at, and the handler. And then adjust training would be knowing where stuff is and having to, for the example of maybe the dog missed an aid because they're not familiar with the odor. I do think that as a dog is getting close to their first certification, we need to give them unknown problems testing. And then throughout that dog's lifetime, I think it's beneficial for the handler to have some unknown problems.
Okay.
Did I answer that?
It's okay. I just want you to answer as honestly as you can and just give your opinion. I appreciate that. Here. Just checking my notes before I wind this up here. All right, thank you.
Redirect.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Gumman, so as your role in Canine Search Solutions, when law enforcement calls, do you make the decision on like what dog team to call to see which is available?
Yes.
Okay. So for the search involving Mr. Pierce's residence in October of 2018, at the time that you made the call, you were the one who decided to send K9 Gila and Alyssa Palmer to Michigan?
Ultimately, I did decide that, yes.
And at the time you made that decision, were you aware of those gaps in the training that Attorney Zuidmulder had talked to you about?
I don't recall if I knew that or not. I knew she had had an emergency
Okay.
in the months prior.
And at the time you made the decision to send K9 Gila, did you think that K9 Gila was the best dog for the job?
Gila is one of the best dogs at where she was at in her training life or training experience. It was in her wheelhouse. So I would say between her and one other team, would I have chose And I probably talked to them both to see who was more available to get up there and do the search.
Okay, so when you normally...
But I decided,
And you decided to send Gila and Alyssa Palmer.
yes.
Okay. And when you normally make those decisions, well, let me make sure I understand your testimony. So you don't recall exactly what you looked at when you made the decision, just the end decision that you made.
I would have taken into account a more seasoned dog.
And is Gila a more seasoned dog?
Yes.
Or was she in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And what else would you have taken into account?
Had that dog had recoveries in the past?
And does Gila have recoveries in the past?
Yes.
What else would you have taken into account?
I would always prefer to use an officer that's working volunteer with their dog, just by the basic nature of all the things we're talking about here, and their ability to work their tool efficiently. That would have been in play.
Okay. What else would you have considered?
If that area was so far away that handlers often have to take their own vacation and time
Oh, I see.
to go do it.
But as far as the dog and make sure you have the best tool, and that was all you considered?
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier you testified that you had, I think it was studies from Auburn University that you had read with regard to if there was gaps in the dog's training, whether or not that would have any effect on that dog's reliability. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the results of that research from Auburn?
It was done in about 1999, and what they found was they did not see a diminished ability to detect when they had, I think in that research it was 4-month gap
Okay.
with a seasoned dog.
And what's a seasoned dog?
It's like, I'm seasoned.
Sure. I didn't say that.
No.
I didn't say-
Sorry. A seasoned dog would be one that has been on numerous cases, has time in the field, has had more than one certification. And it's not to say that the younger dogs couldn't do it. It's just for the very reason we're here today is why should we believe that dog? And this is why. Is versus a young dog that could do all of it, but they've never had a body find or they've found no scattered bones. They've not been proven. So a seasoned dog is all of that to me.
And in October of 2018, was Gila a seasoned dog?
Yes.
And do you remember when Gila was first certified?
Ooh.
If you don't, I'll take your your sound as you may not remember. Is there anything that could refresh your recollection if you were to see it?
Alyssa and I went to Beaumont, Texas, and we both tested our dogs with our master trainer in NNDDA. And I believe that maybe 2014, it had been a couple of years of certifications.
But 2014 is when she was first certified?
But you'd have to clarify with her.
Right, I understand that. So you're not an expert on canine Gila's training logs?
No.
Okay. Do you know if Gila's ever failed any of her certifications?
Gila has not failed her national certs in her career.
Do you know if she's ever had a false alert?
Boy, I'd leave that to Alyssa.
I can ask her. That's okay.
Okay.
Okay. But the end result of all that is in October 2018, with what you knew at the time, you felt that Gila was seasoned dog, best dog for the job.
Yes.
Fair to say? Now, when Attorney Zuidmulder was asking you some initial questions, or the first questions she asked you, she noted that the study by Lisa Litt showed that with cueing, and they know when handlers know what's going on, there's a high rate where the dogs were falsely indicating, correct?
During that research in 2007.
Correct.
Yes.
And Attorney Zuidmulder basically said, doesn't that present a problem when you train dogs and the handler knows. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you see a problem with the trainers knowing where the alerts are or where the aids are when they're training their dogs?
It's essential when you're first training a dog that you, the handler, know where all of the training aids are.
Why?
Well, you need to give that dog pretty quick feedback to validate that the dog is correct. So when a young dog, for example, if you do blind or unknown problems too early, and let's say the dog goes to source and gives an indication, and the handler doesn't know that it's there and they're still learning to read all that behavior, trying to figure out is it true or not, the dog inadvertently needs to get what I call paid or rewarded for working. So if you were to not reward that dog in a timely fashion, now you're working at potentially extincting the behavior, because now the dog is totally confused. Like, for weeks, months, you've been telling me this is good, I'm doing what you taught me, and now the rules have changed.
I see.
So it's very important in the beginning, and then as the dog is getting closer to certification for the first time, that handler, and I'll do it, is set them up really fundamental blind problems, saying, I need you to search this room and tell me if you can find anything. And it's that learning stage for the handler and the dog, because the handler's body language is going to be a little different because they're not certain. And we just start giving them baby problems, and it may be that the dog, for example, right now I have a dog that when it gets an odor as a new team, it forgets what it's supposed to do, so it jumps on the handler. Well, that's a secondary tell or cue. So now that handler's learning that, but we still want to bolster the dog going to the sit. So we train new dog, we test it with a blind problem, and we adjust. So we reevaluate where they're at.
And then after you go through all that training, that dog, assuming that it passes and does what you want it to see, that dog is later certified.
And then the dog would certify.
And when the dog certifies, all those problems are blind, correct?
No.
Okay, so going through certification.
So I think the other thing we need to remember, and I think it's easier for people to understand a narcotics dog, when I was working the street, I did a lot of sniffs with my dog. And so everything was unknown. So I go up and I sniff a car, and he checks it, gives me a train file response, but he's not getting paid, or he's not really getting validated because I don't know if he's correct. So after maybe a week of 24 sniffs in a week, at team training, I'm going to say, I want to do everything known today because I need to, I call it alert work. I need to polish the dog, because what ends up happening is if you're not going back to the basics, the dog's indication might get sloppier and sloppier because they're confused or they're not getting paid like they do in training.
But I guess what I'm getting at is, like, even after all the training, how do you make sure that the training worked? Isn't that what certifications are for?
That's what certifications are for. And then, a handler kind of has to self-assess, because my people are independent.
Sure.
And they may say, you know what, I haven't done an unknown problem in a while. Could you set me up something tomorrow? And it depends on where they're at in their training. Do they want to know how many aids are in there? Do they want to just search it authentically and not know? So it's kind of up to them. But we always have to go back to the basics. So my philosophy is a dog that's working in the field gets a lot of mixed messages if their handler isn't validating them on a regular basis. So every 7 to 10 days, I ask that the handler do indication work, which is very basic. Put a couple aids out, backyard, tell the dog to go to work. As soon as the dog is on the odor, if they're not providing their train file response quickly, You polish it good, and you pay the dog. So that dog is clear again. That's the game.
Okay, but then back to the certifications, though, or at least some of the certifications I believe you testified before were blind?
All of the national certifications would be blind, and then on occasion, have that handler check in doing a blind problem throughout the year.
Oh, okay, so maybe I thought I asked that question earlier, maybe I asked that confusing. So when they certify, all those problems are blind during
Yes.
certification?
Yes.
I see. So when you train the dog, the handler knows?
In the beginning, they do, yes.
Right, but then as you go on, they throw some set amount of blind problems in there just to test?
Yeah.
And then the final test, certification, where they're all blind?
Yes.
I see, okay. And as you mentioned before, Gila's never missed a certification? To the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, Gila has not failed her national certifications yearly.
Good. And of course, I realize that Gila's not it's a Palmer's dog, but just as fair as your knowledge goes. So you had some questions about the cameras and why you do, or what your thoughts on cameras. Is it the industry standard for cadaver dogs to wear a camera? Or was it in 2018, I suppose I should ask?
I couldn't say what other people are doing. What I can say is what we're doing here in Wisconsin. Again, I'm working off of patrol dogs. And so my department has video cameras from the squad car taping a traffic stop. But we don't wear body cameras. They're going to start wearing them. So I did not wear a camera, nor did any of the cadaver dogs that we're working with.
Okay, so fair to say it's not normally done. Wearing cameras.
You know, it's just logistically not super conducive. You know, we might be searching a huge area.
Sure.
So it would be hard to capture that dog working that huge area.
I see. And then earlier you mentioned that when you run the dog's off leash and probably pretty far away from you anyway.
At times they are, yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay. Now you had some questions about a second dog as well. I guess there was some, if you wanted to validate it. I guess I just want to make sure we get to the heart of that issue. So hypothetically, how do you think it would look if you ran a dog through an area that you suspected had some odor, whatever that odor may be? You didn't find anything. And then you ran another dog through again, and then you found an odor. Wouldn't that make it look, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, that you were essentially just kind of going until you got the result that you wanted?
It could be perceived that way, yes.
Okay, and is that one of the reasons why you don't do that?
That is a big reason. I just feel that you select the best dog for the job. And this is only when we're doing stuff like a search warrant.
Sure. But no, continue. You said best dog for the job.
Best dog for the job. And I'll take it a step further. If that first dog ran through the house and got nothing, we're out.
Got it. And October 2018, Gila was the best dog for the job.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. Now, you also had some questions about, I think Attorney Zuidmulder asked you, like the dog could alert to blood in the sink or things like that. Have you been in a situation where you know that there's a home that has both odors from large source human remains and small source human remains?
Yes.
And how do the dogs react to that?
I think the simplest way to address that, which is always something to be aware of, is a dog in training and then out in the field is always paid or rewarded for going to strongest source of odor. So, and especially when we are trying to train them on large sources. So we don't even introduce drops of blood, but I would propose, in my experience, that those little drops of blood would be completely cloaked, and that's not a right word. I think the larger odor that's strongest is going to overpower everything. So they may not even be able to detect it unless you ask them to go along a floor sniffing every little thing.
Sure. Okay. Now, just a couple more here. I just want to make sure we get everything. You said that in some situations, if you have a deceased person in a enclosed space, in that a deceased person has a lot of time to sit there, that the odor will, I believe your words were, permeate the space?
Yes.
How long does that usually take in your experience for the odor to permeate the space?
I can share anecdotal, or
Sure.
I did a search with dog number 3. A woman had been missing for several years. Her then boyfriend came forward and said, I feel horrible. I want to confess that I strangled her in our apartment. I stored her for 3 days. And then I removed her body from the apartment. And it was 4 years after the fact.
Okay.
The agency called and said, is that something you could use your tool, cadaver dog, to check the interior of this space to try to corroborate this young man? Because there were some concerns of mental illness. And they said, do you think you could do that? I said, I don't know. I'd certainly come and check. And went into it with no expectation. Went to the apartment, so it's 4 years after the body's been removed. And the dog that I was working indicated in 3 locations in the apartment.
I see.
And it was later all corroborated from his confession, along with a map he drew of X's in the apartment, exactly where the dog hit.
I see.
So I would have to say that for that one, it was 3 days, strangulation, not bludgeoning, in a space that left odor for 4 years. And who knows beyond that, I don't know.
Okay. And it left, and where did that dog indicate, like what?
The dog was off leash. I told the officers, please don't tell me anything. It was a very eclectic apartment. It used to be like a dentist office above the store. So it wasn't a traditional layout. Dog worked the room, and she indicated trained final response inside of a 12-foot long hallway on the floor, just inside the door, in the living room, just like on the floor, and then and then in a back bedroom on the floor.
And you said you were later able to corroborate that the remains had actually been in the locations where the dog indicated?
His confession was that they used meth, and he was upset. He thought that she used his meth. So he strangled her in the living room, went to the floor, heard someone in the hallway, got scared, drug her body to the bedroom where the dog indicated.
I see.
Waited about a half an hour, and then moved the body into the hallway, into the closet, and sat for 3 days.
I see. So fair to say that where the dog indicated were places that body had sat for some period of time.
Yes.
But also fair to say the dog didn't indicate in places where that body wasn't.
I got no other indications but those 3 spots.
Okay. Now, there was also an example that Attorney Zuidmulder used. I think she asked you, like, if a dog alerted to drugs, whether that would be enough to arrest an individual for drug possession. And I realize that calls for a legal conclusion, and I'm not asking you to make that legal conclusion. But if a dog indicates to drugs, what does that indication tell you? I know that's assuming a lot of information. So let's assume a dog that earlier when you testified, when I was asking you questions, you said that normally patrol dogs are trained in a set amount of drugs. I think you said.
Yes.
Yeah, correct. So assuming a dog trained as you've testified before indicated on, I don't know, a suitcase, what would that tell you?
So a narcotics dog in Wisconsin is trained on, and we've got this whole marijuana thing, so let's take that out of the equation. Mm-hmm. Everything that dog is trained to detect is currently illegal to possess. So that dog, if it sniffs a package and indicates, giving its trained final response, they would then have to apply for a search warrant to open the package. And then they would insert the dog's training experience into the application for the search warrant, what the dog did that day.
Okay.
And a judge would look at it.
Sure. But I guess what I'm getting at is the dog indicates on the package, how does that relate to the drugs? Does that mean that drugs are that 100% that the drugs are there right now?
A narcotics dog is actually trained on the odor of illegal drugs, narcotics, whatever your term is. In a perfect world, there'd be source, but it's odor.
Okay, so is it fair to say that that indication will tell you that at one point narcotic drugs that dog has been trained to detect, that dog will tell you one of two things: either A, the source of that odor is there now, or B, the source of that odor was there at one time.
That is correct.
Okay. So it is or was. That dog will tell you either is there now the source of the odor, or was there?
Yes, I think the example being if the dog hits on a vehicle and we put the dog up, search the vehicle for the illegal drugs.
Sure.
We open the center console and we can smell
Oh, sure, I get it.
crack cocaine.
Yeah. 'Cause
But it's gone. The dog is not wrong.
is or was.
Yeah.
Okay. Now relate that to human remains.
Okay.
Dog alerts to human remains. Fair to say the human remains either are there now. Now, given everything that we've testified here today, and as an expert with thousands of hours of experience running your company as you do you have any doubts based on both the questions that I've asked you and that Attorney Zuidmulder has asked you on Canine Gale's ability to detect the odor of human remains reliably in October of 2018?
I, from my training experience with myself and that handler and team, believed that the dog indicated to a large source of human remains odor in that property.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Recross.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you were just asked by Attorney Grode a question which I'm not sure if you understand. He was asking you for a 100% always correct answer. And basically he said if a human remain detection dog indicates that an absolute answer that human remains are there or they have been there. And you answered yes to that.
Okay?
Now, we went over many examples and many instances where there is absolutely no way to prove if a detection occurs in the field and there's no evidence found that that is not a false indication.
I'm not sure what your question is.
My question is, you can never be 100% sure that when a dog indicates and you don't find evidence that evidence was there, is there, or it has been there?
I misunderstood the question. You're absolutely right. We're not 100% sure.
Okay. Now, you also, Attorney Grode asked you a number of questions about Gale's qualifications and if you believed that race was. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you weren't sure if you knew about Gale's training or not. Is that accurate?
I wasn't sure about her training during the gap period in terms of the minutia of how often she trained or anything like that. That's correct.
Or you weren't?
Training when they're that far along.
Okay. And do you remember being asked in a previous hearing if you were aware of Alyssa and Gila's training records after, unfortunately, the barn fire in November of 2017?
Do I recall the question, or I recall? I don't.
And if you don't, I have something to refresh your recollection. Would that be helpful?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, there's some scribbles on here, but.
All good.
All right, so I'm going to start here. I'm going to go to here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So what I'm showing you there is your your testimony in August 28th of 2019. Could you review the highlighted portions that I just showed you?
Just read them myself?
Just to yourself.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so I'll read the question, and if you could tell me the answer consistent with your testimony, okay? So the question was, were you aware of Gila's training records after November 2017?
And I basically say that I was not aware of her training after the fire.
Okay. And if you turn the page, the question is, and we agreed previously that it's important to train regularly in order to maintain proficiency. What is your answer?
Yes.
And had you known that Ms. Palmer had a gap of approximately 7 months in training, would that have caused you concern? You answered.
Yes.
Okay. Might you have considered bringing a different dog under those circumstances? And you answered.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So to tie that in, this was your testimony almost a year, well, on August 28, 2019. So on that date, you're saying, I didn't know about her records, so you wouldn't have known about her records in October of 2018. Just trying to clarify that point. Well, ma'am, on August 29, 2019, you're saying, I didn't know about the training records after the fire.
I didn't know details about the training records after the fire.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to make the point that on October of 2018, when this search would have occurred, you didn't know about those records at that time.
I did not know the details of her records at that time.
And would you agree you would have considered a different dog if you had?
Yes, I would consider other dogs.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Cummins, can you, one final series. So you mentioned before that when dealing with dogs, I think your exact words were when they're that far along.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
When they're that of a seasoned dog that's been proven both in certification and in the field, they don't go back and lose their ability to detect the odor of human remains.
Sure. So let's just assume that we're dealing with a dog that had never indicated an animal remains, that had been certified since 2014, that had never missed a certification. If you had those in 2018, if you had that information, would you be confident in that dog's ability to detect the odor of human remains?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions?
Nothing further.
Nope. Done.
You may step down now. And we are going to take a break. We're going to break until 2:45, 2:45. Tuesday. I'm going to give you the pitch. Because there is a little bit of, I understand, a little bit of media coverage on this case. Please don't look at it. I mean, you know, and nothing against our friends from the media, but you know what their goal is to grab your attention. You know, that's what they run things that are, you know, not complete. They're not necessarily completely accurate for that reason. You've been here, you've seen all the, you know, the testimony, you've seen the evidence, but you haven't heard all of it, right? So that's the key. So don't look at that stuff. Don't read anything about it. Don't do your own research or anything. Don't talk to people about it. I'm sure in a small community like this, there are plenty of people that have their armchair opinions. That's the last thing you need for all the reasons that we've been discussing. So I'm going to thank you for your attention. I do note that you're all very attentive, and I know I speak on behalf of the lawyers. We appreciate that. And we will see you back here on Tuesday.